Hello, good evening, and welcome back to Disco Elysium, my second attempt at this stream since yesterday's did not happen because my internet decided to not happen. But today seems much more stable, so I will be attempting it again. And as usual with Disco Elysium, we'll be picking up exactly where I left off, which was 2 weeks ago. Because not only did I miss yesterday's Sunday stream of Disco Elysium, but I missed the week before that because of a migraine. I am glad that you made it, Ark. So, we are here. We have just wandered out to the other side of the island that we're currently on, investigating our murder. And I had a dot to look at, yes. A firing slit. You can't see inside. But yes, according to my notes, we are out here looking for fuel for the generator inside the door that I'm just outside of here. But we're also going to look at anything else it's possible to look at. It must have been a direct hit to take out such a huge chunk. Yes, this island used to be a military base during a, we'll call it a war, although everyone in the game keeps calling it a revolution. Alright, I have a thought here. The distant sound of cargo ships, signal horns echo on the water. Okay. Apparently I can't go any further down this way. So we'll go over here, off in the sand dunes. Just gonna check down here in case there's anything. There is not. Another thought. The ice cracks under your feet. Be careful not to fall through. Ah, yes, spring, when the ice finally begins to melt, and then changes its mind, and then begins to melt again. That's an odd pattern right there. I wonder what that is. It's not anything I can interact with, it just looks different. Now, continuing along this is where I came along in my dream in the other... The winch is broken. Rust has eaten what remains of the chain. Oh. Inland Empire. A strange feeling looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea, leave it all and walk in. Why? But it's cold. Raise your sight. Shake your head. I'm not sure what the chances are, Ark. I feel like I'm very close to the end of the game, but I don't know how close is close. Why? Perhaps there's someone there, under the water, waiting for you? Conceptualization success, where it has always been. Perception, smell. Smelling of tutti frutti and betrayal. Yeah, this is directly calling back to the dream that I had. Pain threshold success. Baby, you know it's going to hurt. Raise your sight. In the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach out into the water like shimmering towers. And the shacks, too. Pine trees and motor lorries upside down. Islets and posts like stepping stones lead into the water in front of you. Go, step in. It's been too long. Shake your head. I have come too far to walk into the sea now. But we'll give that a save. I can't go any further north-ish. We'll call that north. So let's try upward. The pain in your pelvis makes you wince. Then you continue. I think upping my pain threshold may have been a good plan, all things considered. What's this? The inside of the fortress. You make out the console and the blast door. Ah, that's the door that we entered by. What have we here? The depot that supplied this chain is long gone from the coast. Well, that it is. But there's still stuff in here, apparently. An old medicine cabinet, newly stocked with romaine. A weathered artillery map showing coordinates in the Bay of Revachol. This appears to be another bed. Mattress nest. There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits, like two eyes in the wall. Kim, B triple prime. The lieutenant lowers his voice, stepping closer with his hand on his gun. This looks like a good place to shoot from. Inspect the mattress, inspect the wall, or turn away. Let's inspect the wall. There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window. Touch the concrete first. Look through the hole in the concrete. Touch the concrete. Touchy, touchy. Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain. Look through the hole in the concrete. The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar. On the left or on the right? All right, the left. A towering skyscraper, its top floor is shaved off by artillery fire. Cape Side Apartments, Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B. On the right, the red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags, Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10, the doomed commercial area. And between the two, the box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. You see a small fleck of white on the rooftop, the upstairs window of Clashy's room, in the snow, reflecting light. Motherfucker. There it is. I can't be 100% certain, but there it is. Kim, do you have a line of sight to the window? Perception sight success. More than that. Kim, with a pair of binoculars, I would be able to see inside the room. Yes, there's an opening between 33A and 10. I can see the roof. Kim, with binoculars, I'd be able to see inside the room. A pair of binoculars or a scope of a rifle? He points to the makeshift bed. You'd be prone, lying on the mattress, barrel resting on the embouchure. Hand-eye coordination success. Cheek against the cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger. On a calm day like this? Kim, I could make it. I could make the shot. I don't want to boast. I could make that shot, Kim. Task complete. Determine where the shot came from. I can finally cross that off my list of things. Aha! There's not a lot left on the list of things. There's not a lot left. Although one of the things on the list of things is never sleep again, so that could be fun. Good. He pats you on the back. 3 small pats in a row. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest. Visual calculus success. Affirmative. Finally, better late than never. Why didn't we come here before? Or, booyah, master cop work. It's a very important find. That is one step closer to solving the murder mystery. So, I'm gonna go with finally. In our defense, nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere. We're right, or 7 people are dead. He's right, and I'm gonna tell him he's right. He looks north, over the fortification, then at the mattress. Could the shooter still be here? Where? He looks behind his back. In Martinez. On this island. Right here. Point at the mattress. Well, the last one's just plain crazy. On this island. He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says, I will get to that in just one moment, Horace. We should move. Now. Alright. Horace has redeemed a random fact, which I will get to before I inspect the mattress and it tries to prompt me to sleep again. Let's see, as I rack my brain. Oh, here's one that I really like. Yellowstone Park in the US is built directly on top of an active supervolcano. It's why it's got all the hot springs and geysers. But yes, active supervolcano in the US, and they built a national park on top of it. Yes, it does sound like a USian thing to do, doesn't it? Alright, let's inspect the mattress. You're welcome, Horace. I hope you are pleased with your redemption. Mattress nest. A single-person mattress. Modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns. Fuel and cigarette burns. This person was living on the edge. Perception, sight, success. And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts. Pick one out of the can or back off. No, I declined to follow the Hobocop route. We're just gonna back off. Anything? Fine. Let's pick a cigarette butt. Inspect the mattress. Pick one out of the can. Perception, sight. The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The pan? The brand? Oh dear. Teomutiri. Teomutiri, like the ones we found at Land's End, remember? Someone's been smoking Teomutiri cigarettes. Not a lot of that around. Not a lot of that around. Not a popular brand. He nods. The smoker's a clean person. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside. Keeps it tidy. Prefers to come out here to smoke. Alright, turn away. And we have a fuel can here, but first I'm going to save. I'll be taking that. A Lum fuel canister. Oh, that takes me back. Oh, I save a lot in this game, Aris. It likes to threaten to crash on me, so I save constantly. Alright, we've picked up a Lum fuel canister. There's still some fuel in this battered canister, a liter or two. The metal looks decades old. The logo of the automotive manufacturer Lum has faded on the side. You know, I would have thought that company would make electric cars. Ah, well. Now, there's a reference only a handful of people are going to recognize. Alright, we have located the where the shooter was. We've gotten some fuel. I'm just going to... Oh, yeah. There is something over here. No way to jump down here without breaking a few bones. Good to know. Don't break any bones, Harry. You're still recovering from being shot. Alright, let's go back inside and see if we can't fire up that generator. Yeah, I don't quite have that going on most of the time since I lighten the load that my browser is putting on my computer, but this game would run a lot smoother if I wasn't trying to stream it at the same time. That's all I gotta say. In we go! Time for Ark's favorite part of the game, the loading game. Hopefully this one won't be 5+ minutes. Oh, I know, because this game has just the best loading screen. So interactive, so beautiful. I mean, at least for this one I've got music. Sometimes it's just been a completely silent loading screen and we're just staring at something like this for minutes upon minutes at a time. For those who have not been here for previous Disco Elysium streams, it has been something else. It's trying. See, this is exactly why I saved before coming in, before doing this. Just in case. In the hopes that I won't need that save. Oh my god, interacting with my audience? What a chore. Ugh. I don't think it's crashed. I've got the proper cursor back. That's a good sign. Oh no, wait, there it goes back to the spinny circle. But yes, it was quite a thing last night. My internet decided to go down a bit less than 5 minutes before my stream was supposed to start. So I was in Discord setting up my announcements for the stream having been started so that once I started it I could just go through and press enter on a bunch of things. And suddenly Discord couldn't connect to anything anymore. And I had the game running and the loaded up, ready to go. Everything was ready to go except there was no internet. And I sat there and waited and waited and waited for it to turn back on for ages, and it took like 3 hours. It was awful. And we're inside! We made it! I'm saving again. Come on, game, I took 3 steps. You can do this. There we go. Alright, so the console will not work unless the generator has power. So let's take this fuel can upstairs. Oh no, Ark! What bad luck! My sympathies. I ended up playing a bunch of stupid stupid click games on my tablet waiting for my internet to come back. It was not the best use of my time. Alright. Microgrid generator. This old cylindrical generator waits with its fuel cap open. Makeshift electrical wiring runs out of its side and across the floor. Dang. Well, at least it wasn't a migraine that canceled my stream yesterday. And at least you managed to make it here today, Ark. I can't speak for the other stream that you were attempting to watch. I don't know every other streamer on Twitch. It's a little difficult. Alright, let's pour fuel into that tank. The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown viscous fluid pours out and the room fills with a chemical smell. Well, I'm glad you know their reason, even though you didn't get their stream. That's good of them. The generator. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch. Pull the rope. Pull the rope. Whoa! The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle. Okay, that's a level up. Awesome. Kim, that should do it. Okay. We leave the generator, and we go down to the console. Yeah, I don't know if it actually shook the entire building or if it just shook the region that we were standing on. The result would be very much the same from the perspective of the characters. Come on, Harry, get over there. There you go. Okay. And we'll save again, because I'm going to push so many buttons. Feld Insular Console. A dim golden glow animates the console, faint like a ghost light. Urgence, Over, reads one dial key. Allumer reads another. Kim, it's on, he smiles. Turn, emergency open. Interfacing success. Automatic boot. Absolutely. Emergency open. Small blast door. The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in. See, now that also kind of shook the building, but that makes perfect sense. What with the way that it's, you know, half the wall. Task complete. Kim, after you, the lieutenant gestures at the opening. What's there? Point to the door. What if we get into another fight? Or let's go and leave. What if we get into another fight? Don't worry, I have a gun. He takes out his sidearm, checks the barrel, then holsters it again. I also have a gun. I know, it was not easy to acquire. It really wasn't. All right, what's there? I don't know. Great, neither of us knows. Shivers, success. A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again. Let's go. I didn't fool around with the radio again. I want to fool around with the radio. Slide the radio dial. The dial slides under the dusty glass, dark and silent despite the power being on. You make out defunct stations on the UKV frequency. The words Feld Insular are written on the band. Kim, Insular, the lieutenant leans in to inspect the cursive writing. This is an off-air radio computer, I believe, used for military communications. Encyclopedia success. It's an air-gapped system, an off-air military model. Its circuits are nearly impossible to bend, i.e. cannot be remotely controlled. Green, good evening. What timing? Hello. Didn't even say hi, did ya? Alright, let me find my timer. I think that's the one thing that I don't have prepped, you know? Nope, I do not have it prepped. One moment. There it is. Alright. 5 minutes. That's all you get. Alright, leave. Let's go exploring right after I save. Interesting. It's a wreck. It's a big wreck. And it's the loading game again. So, how about that local sports team? I'm trying to give Green the points for his money, but I'm not sure what to talk about. Unless, do you suppose our shooter is actually in here somewhere? Just locked the door behind them and let the power go out? That would kind of be foolish. I don't think I would want to go behind a door that would lock when the power went out, and then let the power go out and leave me locked on the other side of the door. Unless there's another exit, that's a good way to die. I don't think I'll be shooting Bean. He's one of my subscribers. It would be very bad form to shoot a subscriber. Very, very bad form. You guys get a stage. Where do I get one of those? Honestly, the loading screen is probably the best time to redeem random facts. And violence is broken out in the chat. Oh, it's outside. That's a slightly worse. That's not... That's different than what I was thinking. Outside, there are ways to leave, so letting the door lock. Let's see. I'm pretty sure the way to go is to the right, but I'm just going to check to the left to make sure. Yeah, right. Don't forget to serpentine green. Ooh, we've got something over here. I should probably save again. Saving. A rubber dinghy. It's deflated, broken. Perhaps they meant to leave and couldn't. Small white flowers blossom all around you. Do they look familiar, like the dried ones on the roof? It doesn't say. Oh look, a person with a gun. Should I arm myself before talking to them, do you suppose? I'll just save and hope for the best. I'd love to inspect that box over there, but apparently I can't. I don't like this. The deserter, an old man wearing tracksuit trousers.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth.
Well, the timer went off almost as soon as the game started talking, so I'm just startled all over. We'll let him spit at us in just a moment. I'm going to reset the timer for another 5 minutes. You know, just in case. It's very arty smoke. Maybe there's a breeze, just above head level. No, even I can't make me believe that. All right.
Then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours.
Perception, sight, success. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp. Empathy, success. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything. Oh my. Are you the fire guy? You've retained your eyesight. Did you close the blast door? Nice gun you've got there. Sir, I need you to put down that gun so we can talk further. We're with the police. Proceed. I'm with the police. You can keep the gun, but keep it down. Not one move. Proceed. Or, sorry for disturbing you. Goodbye. Well, the last one is definitely not a thing I will be doing. Did you close the blast door? Is the game going to talk? Or not? Fine. I did, he breathes out with a wheeze. And you opened it. How? I fueled the generator, then used the console. Or how did you know I was coming? I fueled the generator. I should have burned that console down. He shakes his head. How did you know I was coming? Reactionary rock and roll music. He gestures north, playing on the water. Kim, told you we shouldn't play sad FM. Oh, please, that gave me one of the best moments in this game. Don't you dare down talk it. But you didn't say that, Kim. It was not rock and roll, it was sad FM. It was not reactionary, it was cool. Or say nothing. But you didn't say that, Kim. I did. I'm fairly certain that Kim was just like, fine. Rhetoric, success. We have entered a world where he said you shouldn't. It is the only world. It's Kim's reality, we're just playing in it. Fine, it was not rock and roll, it was sad FM. Deserter. Sad FM, huh? I always hated that station. Phlegmatic, counter-revolutionary dirges. Sadness is a mental illness, a weapon of the bourgeoisie. Lovely man. The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate, hip-gyrating mental illness music. Okay. Nice gun. It's not nice, it's a piece of shit. He shrugs, but it gets the job done. Is that a Belle Margrave? Or what kind of rifle is that exactly? Is that a Margrave? It's a Triangong 446. Encyclopedia Success. Southeast Sumerian made. Exotic. Must be defunct, too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind. Kim, a Sumerian rifle. How did you get a hold of one? Deserter. It was sent to us by our brothers in the Elysium commune. Military aid. He pats the rifle. Hand-eye coordination success. It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing. Oh. This was a vengeance killing then. All the other things. All the other things. Oh. Everything that I investigated. All of the possible motives. This was not the one that I expected to be the actual one. Is this in Yao Commune? You heard me. It's good now, like chalk wiped from the board. His gaze turns inward. Encyclopedia success. He's right. Almost no one remembers there was a third metastasis of the World Revolution in the Saffra Empire, extinguished in '06. It's not wiped from the board. I remember it. Or let it vanish. It's not wiped from the board. I remember. They wouldn't like hearing their name in your mouth. A damn dog. Alright, so your weapon has stayed true to you. Mine has stayed true to me, too. Put your hand on your belt. I'm not going to do that. So, I need to choose which of these proceeds to do. Sir, I need you to put the gun down, or you can keep the gun, but keep it down. If he hasn't shot at us yet, I choose to believe that he may not be going to. So, I'm with the police. You can keep the gun, but keep it down. Kim, no. The lieutenant aims his pistol square at the man's head and says, "Put it down now, sir." Oh my. Kim does not agree with my thought process. Kim does not agree with my thought process at all. Oh my goodness. Yes, most likely this man did it. He has not actually directly confessed to it, but he has the right kind of gun, and as it turns out, he probably has a motivation as well. Unfortunate. Not any of the motives that I would have expected. Nothing to do with the Union, nothing to do with anybody stymied for love over, darn it, what was her name? Klatchi? Disco blonde. This guy is his name is the Deserter. And he seems to be left over from a war several years ago, many years ago. So I believe that he was after this guy in particular. And everything else was just sheer bad timing. Anyway, Kim disagrees with my assessment on whether or not this man will shoot us, so, well, this is going to be fun. The Deserter. Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me? There's a moment's silence. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets. The old man lays the rifle down, carelessly, then looks at it lying there. Pain threshold success, like an amputated limb in the sand. Conceptualization success. He stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound, a strange sadness, like a song. What did you say? Or let it be? Excuse me, I just had half a hiccup right in the middle of saying that. What did you say? The future teaches you to be alone. Huh. Conceptualization. The present. The present, or let him say it. Let him say it. The present to be afraid and cold. The old man pulls back the hood of his plastic cape and looks up into the sky. It's blue-gray, the same color as the sea. Those words the future teaches you. Pick up the gun lying in the sand. Who are you? What have you been using this gun for? Or, that's it for now, old man. Stay put. Pick up the gun. His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand, frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. Hand-eye coordination success. Still warm from his parched hands. Not the metal. The metal is ice cold. This weapon has been modified several times. Inspect it closer, or say the rifle has been patched and modified several times. Inspect it closer. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vestratine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangong 4.46 millimeter, made in Elysium. It's as he said, it's a Triangong, made in Elysium. This uses jacketed ammunition, 4.46. The rifle has been patched and modified several times. This uses jacketed ammunition. Kim, the right type and the right caliber. The lieutenant nods, glancing at the gun. Empathy success. He's liking this. It's as he said, it's a Triangong, made in Elysium. No one said it had to be a Belmagraph. The lieutenant does not take his eyes off the old man. We were just guessing. Visual calculus. From ballistics, it could easily have been a Triangong too. This is true. Kim, it doesn't matter if it was made in Shanta. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition, and it does. It's been patched and modified several times. I wonder how old it is. Deserter. The old man does not answer. He just stares in front of him. Stow the gun. The old man keeps following your motions with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. Rhetoric success. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It can be used against him to get a confession in time. Who are you? My name, he looks across the water, then back at you, is Yosef Lilianovich Dros, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. That's a mouthful. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender. His eyes turn to the reeds again, dead and dull. Kim, the Commune of Revachol. The lieutenant forgets to close his mouth. Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the deserter, from the Insulinden Citizens Militia, the Army of the Revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in '07, trained in the École de Contrôle Aérien, and consigned to emergency defense duties in '08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the Commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties. Oh boy! It wasn't even that man personally. It was just him being there. Oh. Logic success. 51 minus 8 equals 43. You've been on this island for 43 years? How long have you been on this island? Oh man. I mean, there are stories from World War II of there being Japanese troops on very isolated islands in the Pacific Theater who did not know that the war had ended. And they were found decades later still believing that they were fighting in this war and that the war was not over. This is that, but turned up to 11. And just to make it really obvious, they made him look a little Japanese. Alright, you've been on this island 43 years? Deserter. No. He looks into the fire. A wisp of smoke rises from somewhere between the charred logs. I've been on other islands too. I was on a reservation until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was on E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was, he thinks, 22 years ago. Again, you've been hiding here for 43 years? You said you deserted your unit? What is this place, this island? How have you survived all this time? How have you concealed yourself all these years? You said this is your termless surrender. Or so you're a communist soldier from the communist army? You said you deserted your unit? I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. He clears his throat. And of courage, too. Lapse of faith or understood? Lapse of faith? You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socio-economics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. I have a feeling that if I'd gone the communist route, I would be having a very different conversation with this man. A second is all it took. For what? For reaction to take hold. What's reaction? It wasn't reaction, you were just afraid. And when was this exactly? What's reaction? Petty bourgeoisie terror. It's in all men. And when was this exactly? May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. He looks north. The horizon was black with coalition airships. The petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds, storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic. Dark magic? The combined might of international capital all at once, all the greed and terror in the world, tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower. He gestures toward it. Huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in a zone, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room. He looks east. What then? I ran. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers underground, like the weakest of the weak, a mouse. Frightened of the ordnance all night and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring. He looks at the sky. Perception, hearing, success. Airships, multi-rotored airships used in the landing. Airships? Aerostatics. The landing had started. I climbed out into hell. There were ships all above, hissing, whirling, and men pouring out. The chain was submerged, so I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. He opens his eyes and stares right through you. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality. Seen what? Or that's definitely enough now. Seen what? The mask of humanity fall from Capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love, all the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off, just for 1 second, to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death, the sweetest, most courageous people in the world. He's silent for a second. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know. What? That the bourgeoisie are not human. You've lost your mind. I've always suspected the same. That's definitely enough now. Or say nothing. Let him finish. Let him finish. I had to fight it. I had to never stop. The old man falls silent. His black eyes keep piercing your skin as he looks to some great distance behind you, shaking his head slowly, retreating from it. How have you survived all this time? How does anyone survive? He looks at his worn running shoes. I steal. What do you steal? Supplies, vegetables. He winces. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being. He coughs once more, then puts his hand on his belly. Kim, how is your health, Mr. Dross? Deserter. I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too. Visual calculus success. He does seem frail, gaunt for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer. Kim, the RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over. Deserter. I need to die. A droll smile stretches across his mouth. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns. We have Dramamine and other opioid-based painkillers, which you're already fully stocked on, we know. You must be in pain. This is a serious situation. You need to be looked over, and we can do it. How have you coped mentally? Or thank you for clearing that up. You must be in pain. I have been running out of that stuff. A light goes on in his eyes. He smacks his dry lips. How have you coped mentally? I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing, others filled with pain only. A decade of his rise roll into his skull and back. I don't even know what. Inferno? Not appreciatively. I also live in hell. Excellent real estate there, very inexpensive. I also have holes in my brain. Point to your head. You notice the lieutenant is about to say something. Oh, yes. Okay, Kim, what do you have to say? Kim, I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult mentally to live in isolation. Deserter, traitors, it's better alone. He nods towards Martinez. I watched the people of this city turn the lights back on, more and more each year. Ruins glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting. He looks down at his shoes, his face parched from the sun and the wind. There's a wince of pain in there somewhere. Empathy, success. Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on? You said this is your termless surrender. You're with the RCM. He waves in your general direction. The coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol. We're not coalition-appointed, we just try to help people. That's a lie. That's right, we are with the good guys. We enforce the law, we keep these animals from killing each other. That is also currently a lie. I know what it looks like, but I have a secret plans to turn the RCM into a Mazovian revolutionary unit. Woo boy! We're with the RCM, let's leave it at that. Let's leave it at we're with the RCM. We're here. We're here because we're here, because we're here, because we're here. Let's. He looks you in the eye. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, Le Parti Communiste de l'Insulinde. Roll the bones. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity. His hand shakes, and he breaks into a coughing fit. Perception, sight, success. A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit. Rhetoric, success. René, the royalist on the coast, said, "The communards signed the Revacholian Instrument of Surrender. Or, before that, tell me. What? The old man looks up. The whites of his eyes are pale yellow. So you're a communist soldier from the communist army? No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army. But you said you were trained and assigned to the Defense Corps, or understood. I understand what he's saying, but I'm going to force him to explain anyway. But yeah, that's cutting a fine line there. And you know, the best troops are fanatics? Question mark? You said you were trained and assigned to the Defense Corps. Trained, he nods, in the historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar. By the party, these things used to mean something. It means that he kept the troops ideologically in line. He kept feeding them the party line so that they would keep serving. That was his job. That was his assignment in the army. I could make him explain, or I could just move on. I'm going to make him explain because trained communist sounds just bad. What does a political commissar do? The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs. Kim, his job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the commune, the lieutenant says softly. That's exactly what I said, but in nicer words. The deserter. Scientific communism. The tracksuit-clad old man is suddenly reanimated. A commissaire politique is a night philosopher of the revolution, a future human. Reaction speed, success. Awakened from shutdown by the promise of ideology. I keep trying to read that as a slightly different word. I'm just going to trip over it for the rest of the conversation. Alright, I guess that means you're a trained communist. I hate that phrase. That is a bad phrase. That's just, there's so many better ways to word that. That is true, Green. That is very true. But we don't actually know that that was his rifle or just one that he appropriated later. He is a commie. Deserter. He nods slowly, then another tremor. Point to yourself. I'm a moralist. I'm not really into politics myself. Or say nothing. He is very dirty. I don't think he's seen a bath for at least 2 or 3 decades, unless you count swimming. In his clothes. Say nothing. He looks away to the sea and lets out a cough. What is this place, this island? It's not an island, droid. He looks around. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol, and I am its last surviving defender. What was it used for, or understood, which is a conclusion? You know what? I'm curious. What was it used for? We already know because he already answered, but, you know. The congenitally deformed King Philippe II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun, anti-aircraft gun, to defend against an airborne landing, against the whole world. You mean the landing? The retaking of Revachol? Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. He winces. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone. First, I'm not one of them. Coalition military. Someone who's come to end this madness. Murderers, I know what you mean. Or tell me something else. Coalition military. He shakes his head and says, Iblis. Iblis, or understood, Iblis? Iblis? The black-eyed angel, he nods. How have you concealed yourself all these years? It was hard in the tens. He shakes his head. I didn't have Partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. He closes his eyes. Floodlights on the water at night. Kim, there were posters, campaigns. Deserter. We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Coal City were turned to dust. He looks south, but Jamrock, Faubourg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking Kipps had Mazov coursing through their veins. And others, too. Some cordons of Revachol were still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. He shakes his head. Soon, they all went silent. The frequencies, dead. How did you get between here and the mainland? At night, I used a dinghy. He nods towards the deflated tire in the reeds. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot. The commons, too. They'd started snitching. Kim, in the city you move underground? From bunker to bunker, he nods. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. He falls silent, his gaze fixed on the shacks huddled together across the water. Why don't you just walk there? The weapons cache under St. Ghislaine 22B. Point to it. In the basement. Have you been there? There's a small bunker under the Feld building. Have you stayed there? One more question. Do you smoke Tio Mochiri cigarettes? Or tell me another thing. There's a small bunker under the Feld building. Have you stayed there? The propaganda bunker? He coughs. I used to, but not anymore. Kim, propaganda bunker? Deserter. They stored leaflets there, broadcasting equipment too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys. Killed themselves. A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. He stares at the ruins of the Feld building. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins on the ground. Have you ever been to the weapons cache under St. Ghislaine 22B? So you finally found it. He looks at you, then pulls the raincoat tighter around his neck. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Belle Magrav's, right? They were. They were damaged beyond use. They were. Useless now, rusted away. Kim, so you've been there. Deserter, sleeping. He coughs, some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those Magravs were shit even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however. Visual calculus success. You feel the dots connecting, little dots on the map he's walked across. Why don't you just walk there? I don't want to. They're all traitors, pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals. That's definitely a party line. Anyone who is not us is just an animal. You don't have to care about them because they're an animal. Humans, you care about humans, you care about people, but animals? Nah, animals are trash. Empathy, success. He does not want to see life moving on, people forgetting, drinking, laughing. One more question. Do you smoke the cigarettes? I'm not going to make another attempt at that name. It's... I do, he coughs. Ever smoke them on the mainland? Point to Land's End. They're good, he nods. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century. That didn't actually answer my question. Thank you. Alright, tell me another thing. Alright, you've been hiding here for 43 years? 43 years and 10 months. That's insane. That's steadfast. Or I don't even know what that is. Stubborn is the word that comes to my mind, but let's go with steadfast. It's not how a human being should live, but I had to. He grimaces, clearly in pain. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw. I remember that statement, Ark, but I can't remember where I encountered it. Kim, what have you been doing during all this time? Hiding, fishing, waiting. He looks across the water. Shiver's success. Where the afternoon grows late, en route to St. Ghislaine, people walk home. Streetlights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks, and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Altocumulus clouds form above Precinct 41. Deserter, always waiting. The old man turns his eyes from the shore and back to you. For what? for her to return. Kim, her, who? Desert her. Girl Child Revolution. I come from there, point to the mainland. I can assure you that is not what the people are planning. I've been there. The city is a tinderbox. It may still happen. I've seen it. Shake your head. Capital is too powerful. The rich are very well organized. Or women will always betray you. Harry might feel that last one, but I think that I would hate myself if I actually used that, so, let's go with the first one. That is not what they're planning. Deserter, I am not a fool. He blinks his black eyes. I know the material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore. However hard I try, whatever I do. I have another serious question for you. There's nothing serious in this world. He looks at the gun in your hand. It's a farce. There will always be people who will betray other people in this world. Some of those people will be women, some of those people will be men, some of those people will be one of the genders in between or one of the genders outside. What gender they are has nothing to do with whether or not they will betray you. Okay, so a composure challenge has showed up since the last time I was on this bit of the tree, with a 28% chance on this legendary composure challenge for assess his body language. Wow. What have you been using this gun for? I very much doubt that humanity will ever completely lose free will. It's one of our major things. But there will always be leaders, and there will always be people who try to control people so that there is not even the illusion of having free will. But that's the thing. You can never control a person's thoughts. You could probably fill somebody's brain with microchips, and you still would not be able to stop them from thinking what you didn't want them to think about. What have you been using this gun for? I've certainly read 1984, more than once, unfortunately. Thank you very much, high school English. What have you been using it for? I've used it for killing people. Kim, killing people? We will never understand consciousness, Ark. It is not possible. It is beyond everything. It will never be fully understood. It's nothing. It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property? I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people. Oh, certainly. Green. I won't disagree with that one, but I do disagree with the idea that we would someday understand consciousness. We don't even understand sentience. It's not going to happen. Kim, interesting. The lieutenant nods. During or after the war? Deserter, there is no after the war. He shakes his head and smiles, his teeth rotten black. Class war is never over. Logic success. So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay, okay. Reaction speed success. This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while, but what? No time. But what? This is what you live for. This is the shit. The electrochemistry success. The great serotonin jackpot. Woo! $18 words. Logic success. The solution. The solution! I am highly, highly doubtful, Ark, but since I definitely would not be alive to see that, maybe, but I doubt it. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. Hand-eye coordination success. No, be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. So you're saying you killed people after active fighting stopped. Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor Crenell? That's too precise. I know you want to tell me. Have you killed anyone with that gun in the last week or two? Or, wait, so which one do I say then? So you're saying you killed people after active fighting stopped? What did I just say? He keeps shaking his head erratically suddenly. He brushes something out of his eye. Rhetoric, what did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now. Okay. Number 2 here is too precise. I don't even know that he knew what company was employing the man that he shot. I don't even know if he knew that the man that he shot was military. Although it's possible if he saw the armor. So I'm going to go with number 3. I know you want to tell me. Have you shot anyone recently? I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer. Fine. Did you use it to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor Crenell? The who now? He leans in and cups his ear. Exactly! That is the exact what that I expected. Drama success. He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire. The corpse in ceramic armor hanging behind the whirling in rags. Did you shoot him? The fastest death squad who took a bullet in the mouth on the night of March the 4th. His name was Ellis Coronater. He was part of a security detail here in Martinez. A beautiful, strong man sent here by the honorable private military company Crenell. Or you know who I mean. The corpse in ceramic armor hanging behind the whirling in rags. Did you shoot him? Oh, yes, that one. He looks up at the sky and clacks his tongue. Ugly piece of work, that boy. Kim, did you kill him? Lieutenant takes a sudden step towards him. New task. Extract a confession from the deserter. The deserter. I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revicol. He spits a big one at the lieutenant's feet. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime. Perception, sight, success. A drop of blood in the saliva. Logic, success. Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. Hand-eye coordination, success. The gun, the murder weapon, is the perfect opener. Perception, smell, success. The scent of blood in the air, but what else? There was something you can't remember. Visual calculus, success. Something about the tracks? Suddenly all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first. I don't need your cooperation. I've got this. Show him the Triangong 4.46. We've done the ballistics. Point to the tower. The shot came from this island. Come on, what am I forgetting? Hit yourself on the side of your head. Okay, let's back off for a moment. Tell me this. You know what? We've done the ballistics. I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead faces. A jitter passes him. Did you like the view? Kim, you had direct visibility. There are embouchures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top-faller to use, and you had a long-range rifle in your possession. The lieutenant softens his voice. You've been here a long time, Mr. Dross. Too long. You clearly need medical aid. Deserter, I'm ready to die. The man interrupts him, then coughs. I've done my part. Rhetoric, success. He's practically admitting to it. Dead fasces for fascist. Done his part. Visual calculus, success. Just one thing remains unclear. The rifle does not seem to have a scope. One thing. Where's the scope? How did you make the shot without a scope? We have everything else. You said fasces. You're admitting you killed him? It's the best uninterrupted line of sight into that window in all of Martinez. The view was perfect. With a pair of binoculars, I could have seen in the room. You know what? Let's ask, where's the scope? Forget about your stupid fucking scope. I don't know where it is. Find it yourself. It's your problem now. Drama success. He lost it. He just doesn't know where it is. Forget it. Push on. The view was perfect. I could have seen in the room. Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radio Gauche is right. You have worms in your brain. Another sudden twitch, then one more in his right eye. Should I hit myself in the side of the head or show him his own gun? Sure, let's hit ourselves in the side of the head. What am I forgetting? That was a very sharp noise. Logic, success. Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clash's roof. Thank you! Yes, okay, my head hurts now. Oh, yes. There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war. Perception, sight, success. Nowhere else, nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen them this spring. And I apparently smacked myself again. Reaction speed, success. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clashy's bedroom. Now they're going to come up. Of course. Thank you, Head. Thank you. Ow. Well, the second one is correct. Thank you, voices, for being helpful. Reaction speed. You got it. Remember, the boot prints were like no modern soul. There were Maybells behind the victim's window. Show him the dried flower. I wonder what brand of boots you're wearing. I don't need your cooperation. I've got this! There were Maybells behind the victim's window. Damn Maybells. He looks at the blossoming field behind you. The whole island is turning white with them. Empathy, success. He seems tender suddenly, nostalgic even, a strange mood swing. So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away. I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinez, only here. Or a young woman called Clashy. Ring any bells? These dried flowers were behind her window. I haven't seen them anywhere else in Martinez. They blossom on the islets before. We fertilize them with our blood. He looks to the water. Resurrection was snow white in May, before they ruined it. Shivers, success. South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets turning green, with white flowers in white snow. Deserter, the coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with. Kim, you must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. The lieutenant's voice is soft, friendly. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops? Deserter, I may. A curious tremor passes his face. A young woman called Clashy. Ring any bells? These dried flowers were behind her window. Clashy? Logic, success. He knows her, but hadn't heard the name. Yes, Clashy. You hadn't heard her name, had you? Or you know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary. You hadn't heard her name, had you? My ears don't reach the city. You know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim. Deserted. With the victim. He turns his sight from the whitening field of flowers and falls silent. Then the muscles in his jaw twitch. A spasm. Composure, success. There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crooked smile. Yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst. I wonder what brand of boots you're wearing. Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa. He looks at his running shoes, covered in mud. Some shit. Kim, show me the soles, please, Mr. Dross. Deserter. Fucking imbecile. The old man stretches out his leg. A black and white spiral pattern covers the sole of the worn-out old running shoes on his feet. Perception, sight, success. The maker is Sansarique, the model is Corbeil, and the size is 43. I can tell just by looking because my perception is so high. Visual calculus, success. These are not the unusual horizontal patterned soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size. Kim, the size fits, but not the sole. The lieutenant comes to the same conclusion. Alright, this is an orange check for drama, considered easy. Wait, maybe it's simpler than that. Or, who cares about shoes? We've got you without the prints, too. 97% chance of success. I'ma do it. Rolling. First roll of the night. Over an hour into the stream. First roll of the night. Here goes. Success. Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now. Die. People change shoes. It doesn't mean you weren't there, near the room the victim died in, sneaking around. Deserter. Racking those brains, are you? He squints at you, black pearls gleaming with hatred, desperate to report something back to your masters. They must have really loved that dead fuck. Kim, the lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. Drama, the prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. Deserter, the old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind, seagulls in the distance. Logic, success. You've almost got him. Just a last little push. I don't need your cooperation. I've got the gun. Heh. Kim, not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there? Deserter, it's a real gun. He points to the lieutenant's holster. Not like your little musketeer pistols. I've seen you prance around with those, jumping hoops for liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? He chortles, going against automatic rifles with those toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed. Half-light success. Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. We acknowledged this already. Visual calculus success. He would have had a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting. Volition success. So he saw you. Okay, so what? Don't let it divert you. We saved a lot of them. Their leader Titus. We handled that situation. Stop changing the subject. We have the murder weapon. Point to it. Or, okay then, concede. Nope. Stop changing the subject, sir. Kim, you know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it? The lieutenant looks at the weapon He looks at the weapon as an example. Dramatically ask, you think we have the murder weapon? Or, I'm calling it, we have the murder weapon. We have the murder weapon. Task complete. Find the murder weapon. Kim, good. The lieutenant takes out his notebook and draws a single line. This feels good, doesn't it? Tying things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer. Deserter. Murder? The old man does not say more. He just glances into the reeds and then twitches once more. He suddenly jerks to life. You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer, armored and armed. He wasn't human, the blunt end of a hammer dripping with blood. He was a rapist. I'm not saying he didn't deserve it. He was a killer, but he was still under the protection of the law. He was a soldier, too. He was a man. He was a soldier, too. Beating us to the ground, moaning with joy. He breathes in with a strange animation. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. He looks you dead in the eye, pupils shaking. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate, not when they die by the hundreds. He breathes through flared nostrils. Rhetoric, success. This is it. Shot him, say shot him, not killed him. So you killed him? So you shot him? I'm gonna go with rhetoric here. So you shot him. Oh, the inhumanity! He closes his black eyes. One paramilitary less in Revicol. You can almost see him squeeze a tear out of his eye. His fists begin to tremble from the anger. Kim, the lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Composure, success, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath. Just nod, hold your breath. How did you? Hold your breath. Let's follow Kim's lead. Hold breath, wait. Be. I had them in my sights, both of them, him and the whore. I was breathing with them in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. He begins to smile. Oh, this is just as heavy as the wife conversation, but in a very different direction. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death and that stupid look on his face. The smile quivers, and his dick still in her. Then what? Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. By last spring here, I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did. Kim, Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder? The lieutenant asks after a second of silence. Task complete. Extract a confession from the deserter. Yes. A single word is all he gives. Kim, and you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him. The lieutenant takes out his notebook slowly, very slowly. The old man nods. Kim, why? Deserter, because that's what they were doing. He shrugs, then smacks his lips. Logic, success. The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. New task. Extract a motive. Kim, I don't understand. He turns to you. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part. Why were you looking at them that night? I'm always looking. He cocks his head to the side, then turns his eyes to the city. Another tremor passes on his right side, lower in intensity. Kim, are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? He explains, I'm just trying to understand. Deserter, a rifle scope has the best magnification. Kim, and if you don't like it? Hand-eye coordination, success. Click. You pull the trigger? Deserter, yes. He looks you in the eye. Think of it as a form of critique. Conceptualization, success. He will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never do. Exploit it. Logic, success. You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift. Okay, so we still have a legendary composure check that has not been affected by anything that we've done. I have 2 skill points I could put in composure. But I think I'm going to ask a few more questions first. What specifically did you not like about what you saw the night of the murder? Them fucking. He looks at the charred wood. I didn't like that. So you were jealous? Or, okay then. You were jealous? Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself, drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted her to see his head explode. He nods. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, breathing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. He squints. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her, but you can't have everything. Hand-eye coordination success. The caliber of bullet he used does not do that kind of damage. Good to know. How long had you been watching her? Or did you have feelings for that woman? How long had you been watching her? Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning behind the Feld building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving. Kim, past the Feld building? On the coast? What was she doing there? Deserter, hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her. Smoking. She was nervous, but not scared. What do you think she hid there? Deserter, her passport and tickets to Villiers. He coughs. And from there to Casherbroom. He went and checked. Encyclopedia success. In the free state of Semenine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale. Some kind of hidden container on the coast? You looked into it? Deserter, yes, after she'd gone. It was a submersible. Well made, actually. Kim, sloppy. We should have gotten her to tell us about this. The lieutenant mutters to himself. Did you take the documents? No, I put them back. Why would I take them? I'm not going to Faln. He seems confused momentarily, Moving on, did you continue watching her after this? I did. He almost smiles. She had a face like an archipelago with those birthmarks, and a body hard and lean and bruised all over, black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. He nods. A spook, on the run. Revicol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals. Kim, you could tell she was a spook from the documents. Deserter. She had different color hair in the photo and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio. Drama, success. He's setting it up for you. Visual calculus, success. The bruises, you can't make that out in a scope. And you could see her bruises through the scope of a rifle? You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur. He shakes his silver-gray head. Okay, that brings up a reaction speed challenging challenge. How does he know those minute details about her body? 92% chance. +1, footprints in the dust. +2, could have changed shoes. +1, found the peephole. I'm a roll. I would take it. How does he know? Success. It quickly comes to you. The bruises on her body. Any chance you've seen them through a hole in the wall? Ever see her through a window on a roof? Nope. Any chance you've seen them through a hole in a wall? Oh, yes. He smacks his lips. cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife, masturbating. Kim, did you make that hole? Deserter, with a clip-point knife. Charming! Perception, hearing, success. Good for listening in, too, for hearing the moaning and the snorts. Ever see her through a window on a roof? Like that, too, yes, he nods, bending like a bow against the glass. You've been through the secret route behind the whirling in rags. Those were your footprints there. You just changed your shoes. I've been through all of Martinez, every nook and cranny. And that, too. Yes, that, too. He shakes his head, almost in awe. The things they did in that little room, what she'd do to feel good. He explains, funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but he keeps shaking his head. Rhetoric success. Those two took the cake. Kim, you hear the familiar scrabble of the lieutenant's pen, a quick glance at you. Then at the man. How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop. Deserter, I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty. Kim, you had to open the steel door in the kitchen. How? I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there, I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope. He points towards the whirling in rags. Interfacing success, and he found use for it, a spare key like the one hanging behind the union box window. Did you have feelings for that woman? He sighs, there's nothing to hold on to, only this. It's not enough. Perception, sight, success. The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying? Deserter, man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. He looks to the city. It's weakness, I know. There have been others? Was that why you left the dried flowers behind her window? Or one more thing about this woman. Was that why you left the dried flowers? No. He starts to shake his head again, a sunflower on a withered stalk. Why then? I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room, on the floor, like she does sometimes. When was this? Deserter, the day after I'd killed him. And you brought her Maybells? Deserter, yes. He looks at the charred logs. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore. You wanted to console her. You wanted to manipulate her. Say nothing. I choose to say nothing. Neither does he. He lowers his head like a sunflower on a withered stalk. Kim, in the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. So in conclusion, it wasn't about him, it was about her. Her, he repeats, staring at the ashes, then the reeds. There's a twitch in the corner of his eye. Task complete, extract a motive. That's another level up. The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. Deserter, where is she, that Klasji? The old man looks at you. I haven't seen her there for days. She got away. We don't know where she is. She got away, but she let us here first. She figured out someone was watching her from the sea fort. We arrested her, or I'm not at liberty to say. You know what, let's tell him the straight up truth. She got away, but she let us here first. Gone. He looks to the city and nods. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week, at the island, like she knew. He sighs. She'd look, at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. He adds, to no one in particular. It doesn't matter. Shivers, success. Midtown, across the bay of Revachol. The oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lausanne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft. Look north or shake it off? No, I'm going to continue with the shivers. I like the shivers. Look north. On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts of the city she's leaving for another, far south. Smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the spring air below her. Streets and towers, tenements and water, and across it a dark strip of ruins barely visible if she didn't squint her eyes. Rhetoric, success. He knew she knows. She was looking at the island, figuring it out, day by day, cigarette by cigarette. Kim, we could get more. The lieutenant uses the opportunity to tell you in a lowered voice. We've got him talking. Logic, success. Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? Composure is still a 28% chance. Been looking at anything else you hadn't liked? A tragicomedy. He shakes to life. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers. Composure, success. A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back. Conceptualization, success. The familiar put of hatred. More specifically? Or, yeah, wait, we have more serious things to discuss. Specifically? Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house, stripped clean and draped in neon, but Martinez. He shakes his head in grave disgust. Martinez is the worst. Why? Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world, listen to race-themed radio shows in the ruins of their lorries. He points inland. Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it. Mr. Clare? Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer on the town square, to spit on the working class. Anything more? Or let him finish, don't interrupt. Sure, let him finish. Not since the serfs of ancient Periconassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals. He points to the church, like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs. He keeps shaking his head with sorrow for the sight he missed. That all, or nod? Nod? The worst of them is the blood-drenched Surasant on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform throwing balls all day. It's not enough the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozone or Croyant Moraine or some other island they've built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. Oh boy, say nothing or okay then. Say nothing. That's all the rich really want, sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt Frizzell is now dead. Now I have some questions about this, or just nod. Oh boy, this... Nod! We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores. What follows is ominous mumbling. You cannot make out a single word, for which I am very glad all of a sudden. Half-light success. The disco horrors are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. Conceptualization success. There was something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people might be worth investigating. Disco whores? There was something about the statue on the roundabout and syphilis? You mentioned the Union is social democratic, and Mr. Clare is a farce of a social democrat. By the cock parading in his colorful uniform, you mean Renee? I'm glad we talked about this. Now. Sure, let's follow the Union thing. What about Everard Clare? Another hideous disappointment. He pokes at the ash. Unions are the real enemy, the true enemy of the proletariat, placating the masses. Rhetoric success, disappointment, so personal. He displays a familiarity with the Union's top brass. Who's a disappointment? Everard Clare or got it? Who's a disappointment? That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean the brains of the operation, the smart one. Reaction speed success. Edgar! You mean Edgar, Everard's brother? Or doesn't Everard run the Union? Do you mean Edgar? The old man chortles with a nod. He talks a big game about uprising and social base. They must have sent the smart one to some university in Les Jardins where it's alienation this and hegemony that. You've talked to Edgar? Or, okay, got it. You've talked to Edgar? That's more than I've done. First against a wall with him. He stopped poking at the ash now, just shakes his head. Kim, the Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them noticing. Logic success, of course. Maybe the Clares asked him to... Have you approached them? Or, Mr. Dross, did you kill the Cornell mercenary for the Clares to incite a riot? Have you approached them? I haven't approached anyone. I've hid. It was Edgar who came to me. Kim, how did he know you were here? Deserter, he didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He nods to you. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains. He points to the path leading to the tower. Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. I thought he was a man of the left, wouldn't rat me out. He shrugs. I was right about one of those things. When was this? What did you talk about? When was this? 20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then. Logic, success. That's around the time the Clares came to power. What did you talk about? Edgar did the talking, paid his respects like I was a fossil in a uniform, offered platitudes about the struggle, flaunted his pink degree, even quoted Mazov. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Mazov. He suddenly remembers, oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought. And he let you be here? Let me be here? He looks around. The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the commune of Revicol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this. Rhetoric, success. They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy? So, Mr. Dross, did the Clares ask you to kill that man? Deserter. You know why I killed that fucker, droid. He shakes his head. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again. Again? Again! Kim, again. What have you done for Edgar before? That's what I want to know. Thank you, Kim. Deserter. Tried teaching him some Mazovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways. He coughs. Rhetoric, success. Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them, but he's insinuating something. Drama, challenging success. There is more here, you can feel it. He was not outright lying, but almost. Legendary challenge of logic. What was the deal between him and Edgar? 42% chance. I'm gonna try it. Success! The connection comes to you like a splash of cold water. Dark, cold water. 20 years ago, when you met Edgar, the Clares didn't run the Union yet, did they? Oh my! Oh, the woman who disappeared, who was never heard from again. Oh no! Heh! A sputter from the old man. Logic. He acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist behind the dark bend. Who did? Deserter. That bourgeois cow, Tiffane Hawley was her name. He narrows his eyes. Licked the rich man's hand every time he came to town. Never seen a labor leader so hot on mutual cooperation. And money. She liked that too. That Hawley was a real bridge builder and a deal maker. His eyes glistened suddenly with hatred. She was also a woman, wasn't she? Like that Clashchi. And then she just disappeared. She just disappeared, didn't she? Called in, they say, on the eve of battle. Ran away. Vanished like a piss stain. He squints and smiles at the black logs. Logic. No, that's not quite it, is it? Kim. Did she? The lieutenant's voice is calm. They say her daughter called in, not her personally. But that wasn't really her daughter, was it? Deserter. No, I guess it was not. You could swear you see the embers glow again under his eyes in the dust. Edgar had someone make the call. Why is that, Mr. Dross? Deserter. She couldn't make the call herself. She was dead. Logic. Here it is, the bend in the river. Why? Because she was dead. Rhetoric, success. Just say nothing. How come, or say nothing? No, I agree with rhetoric. This is the time to be silent. Deserter. The cow caught a bullet in her right lung, fell into the canal grasping her tit and drowned. Or bled, hard to say. It was a sloppy job, and a moving target. She was going home, waddling, dressed in yellow, drunk like she often was. The ruins were black around her, and she had a yellow leather bag under her arm. She tried to cross the canal, heading home to Grand Couronne or Betancourt, someplace like that, where they build those new battlements for the people who flourish in the hell around her and the ruins. You killed her. You shot her. It was you. Make a motion like shooting a rifle. You shot her. Deserter, someone shot her. He shrugs. His eyes grow cold suddenly. Or maybe the cow just fell. My memory is full of holes. All I know is nothing changed. Not in the material base, not in the hegemony. There was no uprising, just words. The Union fizzled, sogged. Nothing came of it. Nothing. Kim, Edgar didn't keep his part of the deal. Deserter, heh. A sputter again. Nothing more. Kim, if you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar, you could walk. Lieutenant says in a voice even calmer, as if it were nothing at all. We would strike everything you've done and process you as a prisoner of war. You were in a war. You were on assignment. We could even extradite you to the Cimmerian People's Republic. Deserter. A degenerate workers' state? Goat shit? No, thank you. I'm Revicolian. He spits. My days are short. I will rot away here, in a moral intern cell. I will not testify to anything. He coughs. But you did do it. Or, okay then, that's that. Point to your head. But I know. But you did do it. I saw it happen and I liked it. That's all I have to say. I didn't live and fight for 40 years to end up as a collaborationist. I've heard it on Channel 8, 4:00 a.m., Radio Revicol late night. Secret task complete. What happened to the previous forewoman? Everyone is a blobber in this world. Everyone betrays everyone. They're all already locked up for betrayal. The best ones, the ones with heart, were slaughtered, trampled. He looks to the city. Empathy, success, the same old freezing hatred. I'm not going to follow these other paths because I don't want that in my brain. So, I'm glad we talked about this. Now, glad? It's all gone. He stares into the dust at his feet, gray and dirty spring grass all around. We still have not changed this composure check. But I'm going to ask about the words that he said. Those words the future teaches you. Real music, real prolecult. He nods. That's La Revicolière, not your rock and roll misanthropy. Chanson de soldat of the black and whites. Encyclopedia Success. Marching song. I'm not a misanthrope. I'm a half-dead police officer who's just doing his job. Or, I know La Revicolière. It's the marching song of the World Revolution. Or, understood. I know that's the song. It's the marching song. There you go. His eyes remain fixed on the sky as he sighs and adds, one of 3. In Grad, they sang Brave Children, Favorites of History, and in Hisenyao it was, he struggles to remember, then gives up. Some Cimmerian shit, I guess. How does it go, the song? Or, thank you for clearing that up. How does it go, the song? How did it go? He looks at his gun in your hand and shakes his head slowly. Something about shooting rabbits. I don't know. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It's gone now. Composure, success. He raves erratically with his hand. Annoyed he can't remember. A little tremor passes through him. Empathy, success. It was dear to him. He resents forgetting it. I'm not going to ask him again about the people he doesn't like. I'm going to put a point in composure and see how that changes this percentage. Composure, composure, where are you, composure? Oh boy. Oh no. I'm not sure if you folks can see, but I clicked on the stats and got a spinny icon. Not a good sign. Oh, it's clicking, but the screen isn't changing. Oh, please no, this was such a long conversation. Okay. I nearly lost my composure there. Now, where is it? Here it is. Composure, straighten your back, keep your poker face. Let's level that up. Accept those changes. That has brought it up to a 42% chance. Okay, I like where this is going. Put another point in it. $58. Not as much of a jump, but I will take it. Composure check, go. Success. What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain or the cough or the malnutrition. For a man who's spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild, he is surprisingly okay. Indeed, he speaks fluidly, his movements are rapid if erratic, his voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated. Animated by what? Hatred, probably. It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost, too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. Dementia? You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile. Mr. Dross, are you okay? How is your memory? No, I'm not okay. He waves his hand, chasing something that's not there. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people. Composure. There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage. And the stomach thing, too, of course. Huh. Okay. Here goes. Yosef Lilovich Dross, you are under arrest for the murder of Elise Courtinier. What? The old man's eyes fill with sudden, unexpected terror at the words. But you said I would be taken to the... Empathy, success. This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. Shivers, success. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues like an incantation. Kim, your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? The deserter says nothing. Kim, do you understand? The deserter, but... Kim, he's afraid. Or do you understand, sir? Do you understand? No, I don't want to. I have to stay here. He looks at the reeds, eyes submerged in growing terror. Perception, sight, success. He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead. Kim, your confirmation is not required, sir. The lieutenant turns to you. Now, onto the boat. First say, does it have room for 3, or perception, hearing, legendary challenge, wait? Let's try it. Legendary challenge of perception, wait. Success? There it is again, to your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other, but then, in the middle of it, what? Something completely different. It sounds like a bow very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin, a very small violin made of reeds and rushes. Kim, and then it's gone, drowned out by the lieutenant's voice. Maybe there's room for 3 on the boat. Shush, Kim, do you hear that? Or, okay, so you're saying we can all fit in there? Kim, do you hear that? What? The deserter, what are you talking about? Is this... The old man's voice drowns in a sudden gust of wind. Really us? Shivers, success. Your skin crawls. Oh my god, is it the cryptid? Oh my god, it's the cryptid. Insulinden phasmid, a delicate tangle of arms and legs, unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence. Blink, or what is that? Blink. Insulinden phasmid, it's still there, an unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place. Look at it! Oh, wow! What is that? Deserter, what are you talking about? The old man looks at the reeds, then at you. The giant stick insect, or I don't know what the hell that is. The giant stick insect! Deserter, there's nothing there. He looks confused. If it didn't keep moving, I would lose it. I agree, Ark. Insulinden phasmid. The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. Oh my god. Half-light success. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster to grab the gun. There it is! I see it! I've finally gone insane. Put your head in your hands. There is! I see it! Deserter, tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds. Kim, can you see it? Kim, I can see it. Thank you! Volition success. 4 simple words. Thank God. If he can see, then you're not insane. Logic success. But that means... Insulinden phasmid. It's really there. Spinning slowly in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender. You task inspect the phasmid. Kim. Be very, very careful, the lieutenant whispers, then take a step towards the giant anthropod. What? 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 I'm I'm pretty sure Kim can actually see it. Oh my god. Oh my god. How do I inspect it? How? How? Okay. Let's check the book. Let's check the book. Let's not panic. I am not panicking. I did not expect this. Inspect the phasmid. Go to it carefully. It may be dangerous. Approach the insect first. Get close to it. Okay. Maybe if I go over here. I am practically standing on its foot. This is... Oh! There we go! Oh! The creature stands on long, stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. Perception, hearing, success. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else, in a lower pitch. It just leaned right in to look me in the face. This is an electrochemistry check here, medium. Approach carefully with a 92% chance. +3 from listening to Dina's childhood experience and +1 from laid the pheromone on thick. Listen carefully first. Well, listen carefully. Whisper, "This is the Insulinden phasmid." Say something to it quietly, something like the challenge or retreat slowly. I want to listen carefully. Tick, 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 hiss, tick, tick, hiss. Alright, let's try the electrochemistry challenge. Thick layer of pheromone. Don't fail me now. Success. Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Empathy success, like laughter, a sort of happiness. Encyclopedia success. The tracheal system on the creature's abdomen expands in front of you to take in and expel air. It's smelling you. Insulinden phasmid hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water. Look behind you. It's smelling me. Raise your hand slowly. Hello, I'm Harry. I don't really know who I am. Whisper, "Okay, Kim, take the picture." Disengage slowly. Leave. Wow! Kim, okay. With a slow ring of metal, the lieutenant slides the lens open and raises it to eye level. There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you. Kim, in 3, the lieutenant whispers. His voice is tense. If it moves, you jump back, I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Look at that! The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turns toward the lieutenant. Hypnotized by the flash, it stands frozen before you. That is amazing! Oh! Wow! Super props to the artist! Oh my god! Kim, I got it! You hear the lieutenant whisper as the creature's shape develops onto photo paper in his hands. A polychrome ghost of white streaks against the reeds and the sky, and you as a shadow before it. Slowly reach out and touch the creature's whisker. Carefully pet its scythe-like forearm. We got it. Back off. I think that it would actually be a very bad plan to touch this creature, despite what that photo shows Harry attempting to do. Back. Calmly back. A shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you. Thank you for the clip, Ark. Raise your hand slowly. The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The words stand still around you. Perception, hearing, success. Suddenly, there is silence. Raise the other hand too. Put your hand down. Put your hand down. The invertebrate comes back to life, stridulating. Sets of complex eyes follow you, moving in tandem on either side of the insect's small head. It's smelling me, Kim. Kim, maybe it is real. The pheromone. The lieutenant's mouth is agape. Phasmid. The insect's head is crowned with reed-like scales, the shape of seed heads. They rustle as the air moves. The ventricles at its abdomen continue to expand like lunglets. Electrochemistry, breathing you in, your sour, greasy semiochemicals on the breeze. Hello, I'm Harry. No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you. Stand on your tiptoes and look more closely, or back off. Nope, nope, foaming bad, back off. The invertebrate stops, raising its scythe-like arms and tilting its tiny head, formed from the fused plates around its mouth. For a second, the effigy is frozen, then it nudges back into motion with a click. Inland Empire Medium Challenge. Tell me, what are you doing? 92% chance. Spoke to the hanged man, did not give up on the phasmid, and knows of parthenogenesis. Sure, let's try it. Inland Empire, here we go. Continuing success. It spoke. I exist too. I am a detective. Is this a dream? What is happening? What exactly are you? I have to say goodbye now. I have no more thoughts. That was all. I exist too. Tell me what it's like for you. Fire burning. It's wunderbar. I'm ill. If I tell you, what will happen? Fire burning. Fire? Where? Inside. In the city, all around. It's going down. On the horizon, pale fire. This thing we're both sensing is coming to an end. Inside. I do not have fire inside me. In me there is not even blood, but lymph, like sap from a wine palm. Now I will tell you what it is like for me. For me it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist. Is this a dream? What's happening? No, you are awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real. Intruded upon by what? Just to go back to the previous. Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations, a swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms, all speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing? I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never burn. You're the type of animal I would like to be. I'm glad to be me, an incredibly sensitive instrument. Or the fuck is happening to me right now? I'm glad to be me. Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you, with all of creation reflected in your forebrain. It must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and writhing glass, eternal damnation. I didn't even smoke the cigarettes, Aris. Even when you're sleeping, and when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy for you. It's hell. I changed my mind. I want to be you. It was very disorienting at first, but I'm keeping my shit together. I'm going with the second one because I am keeping my shit together. It's by my own fingernails, but it's together. Kinda. Mostly. It was very disorienting at first, though, I assure you. That must be incredibly hard. The arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we are watching. When you're tired, when the vision spins out of control, the insects will be looking on, rooting for you. The insects cheer for me. And when you fall, we will come to raise you up, bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you, and carry you apart in a sky funeral in honor of your passing. But not me, because I'm just a leaf eater. Where does this come from, all this around us, the world? Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lilies. We need to know. Perhaps it's sent to us by a god? Then all we can do is beat our fists against it, day after day, with no answer? I'm going with that one. You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or read. Reaction speed success. Wait, so you look like a reed and you eat reeds? Or too sensitive of a matter? You eat reeds? Yes, I don't mind. Have you ever accidentally eaten another reed, Phasmid, or too sensitive of a matter? You know what, let's, too sensitive. Reaction speed. Yes, of course. The 3 meters tall stick insect would be offended. Hey, I don't know what would offend a 3 meter tall stick insect. I don't think anybody knows what would offend a 3 meter tall stick insect. I don't even know why that thing hasn't been crushed by gravity. What exactly are you? I am an unknown species of the order Phasmidae, endemic to the Insulindan Isola. For the last 350 years I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and buoys. I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain, also by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation. Even the Seminese islanders who came here first but did not stay have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the Citizens' Militia in Revicol, District of Martinez, March 51. I could say that's insane, or I say I have to say goodbye now. I am not going with the detective thing. I have to say goodbye now. I have no more thoughts. That was all. This was amazing. No, there is one more. No, there are no more thoughts. Of all the creatures I've met, you are the kindest. Of all the creatures I've met, you are the scariest. Of all the creatures I've met, you are the most beautiful. No. Kindest. You are the kindest. Of all the creatures I've met, you are the kindest. Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you before you go. That woman, turn from the ruin, turn and go forward, for all mankind. I can't. I will try. I will. Or what woman? You know what? If the Phasmid tells me to do it, I will. For all of mankind. Insulin Phasmid. She was hell on earth. It doesn't take a 3 meter stick insect to tell you that. Ooh. You know, having had the dream conversation with her where she explained her reasons for leaving in that she decided to fall out of love with Harry. You know what? Maybe the insect's right. Disengage. Phasmid, as you're turning away, the Phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water. The long limbs carry its feather weight without breaking its surface. That should not be possible. Oh, physics are gonna have a field day with this one. You know what? Harry probably needed the help. If Harry was going to listen to anyone to tell him to mentally leave her behind and move on with his life, the one he was most likely to listen to was the semi-mythical insect. And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. Perception, sight, success. And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there among the reeds, a collection of items. Kim, it's gone. The lieutenant looks north, with his hand raised to his brow. It can walk on water? What's that, in the reeds? Or, what now? Leave. What's that in the reeds? He squints. Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look. Babies! It can walk on water? Kim. Apparently yes. Like a water strider, only he shakes his head with amazement. I've never seen anything like that in my life. What now? The deserter. What now? The old man behind you repeats suddenly. He's put his hand into the ash. It's dirty and black. Empathy, success. In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state. Kim. Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him. What a day this has been. Oh, he's curled up and rocking. That is not a good sign. Save! Oh, I can interact with the box now. The helmet. And the scope. I'll take those. Let's have a look at that. Let us have a look at that. T932 rifle scope. A common 30mm sniper scope attachable to almost any bolt-action 4.46 caliber. It uses an older style non-dotted range-finding reticule. Seaweed is still stuck on the lens and it suffered water damage from its time in the Phasmid's dowry. Oh, the Phasmid helped me. And Fairweather T500 helmet, +1 half-light, head as battering ram, and -1 suggestion, a fighter, not a lover. This monstrous-looking, bug-eyed ceramic helmet was in the Phasmid's nest. It still has some reeds sticking out of it, and it smells of seawater, but it's otherwise wearable, if not exactly comfortable. Putting it on feels scary somehow. Yeah, because the last person that we saw wearing one of those shot us! Something showed up on the map. It's probably all those checks that I had. Phasmid's gone. Check up on the deserter now. I choose to believe that the Phasmid did not want to, chose not to be seen by that man. Alright, so we have the scope. Checking the bottom of our shoes just in case. We have the helmet that Kuno drop-kicked into the ocean. Let's talk to our deserter. What is it?
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
That is not the voice I expected from that man. The old man looks around, confused. Composure, success. Something is very wrong with him now. Sir, how could you not see the Phasmid, or I'll leave you be for now. How could you not see it? See? He stares at the reeds and falls silent. Kim, Mr. Dross? Deserter. The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets, his gap-toothed mouth shaking. Snap your fingers under his nose. Wave your hand in front of his eyes. Touch his shoulder gently. Touch his shoulder. The plastic cape feels coarse. A light shiver passes the man. Other than that, no reaction. He feels small and frail. Kim, he's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The lieutenant inspects him gently. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dross? Deserter. The trembling mouth appears to sigh. that's another level up. Kim, between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid. What has happened to this man? We found some things in the phasmid's nest, Mr. Dross. Or hang tight. What has happened? Kim, old age and shock. He looks at him, then at you. I think it's the phasmid, or old age and shock, yes. You know what? Old age and shock. Kim, the appearance of the phasmid in conjunction with the stress of the arrest. He spent his entire life here. For him to leave would be... He shakes his head. Well, I'm going to try it anyway. We found some things in the nest, Mr. Dross. He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should show him the ceramic helmet? Show him the detached scope? I'm going to let you rest now, Mr. Dross. Show him the scope. He turns his eyes to it. You lost it, Mr. Dross? He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes. Kim, he lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there, with the help of a magpie phasmid? The lieutenant observes the lens sparkle in your hand. This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot? Deserter. Silence. Not even a sigh. Empathy, success. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being. I'm gonna let you rest now. The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched, and his mouth open. Perception, sight, success. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal. Hang tight. Kim, we should think about getting back to the mainland to get help. He'll be safe here if we don't take too long. Okay, we have an update. The return. Use the boat to return to the mainland. Happily. We may be very close to the end of this game. I'm streaming so late, but I don't want to stop now. Which way was it? Ah, yes, this way. Yes, this way. Okay. We'll save. We'll go back to the boat. And there it gives me a pronunciation guide that I have never yet followed. Well, if I finish this game tonight, then that means that next Sunday it will be a brand new game. Okay, we will use the boat to go back to the mainland, and we will see if that wraps up the game. If it looks like there's another dialogue tree happening, I will save off and the game will get finished next Sunday, I guess. But I have a feeling that... I have a feeling we're getting there. That we're so close. I am sorry to everyone who is staying up past the time that they should be awake for this. It was not my intention, but this is... Oh, the phasmid. And all the clips that Ark has taken. Thank you so much, Ark. I can't actually look at them while I'm streaming because this game takes up so much of my processor. But I will look at them when I'm done. Oh, that's very kind. Thank you, Ark. That does, that gives me two ways to find it. Like, as the person whose stream it was, I get links to it in my Twitch summary. But having the links in the Discord are also helpful. And once again, the game is proving why I save before I go through any doorway. Well, that's what the Clips channel is there for. It's exactly what it's meant for. I should probably put links to the YouTube clips that I have. I've been putting up some links to some clips of the Wednesday Among Us games recently. It takes me a while to go through and edit them because I am a fool who does not write down timestamps. So I actually have to go through the entire stream and try to remember what I saved it for to make a clip of, to put on YouTube. So there is some really old stuff going up on YouTube as far as the Among Us clips are concerned. Well, the music has come back, so it's not a complete tragedy yet. And I did save before going through the door, and that's why I saved before going through the door. Although I honestly admit that if the game does crash at this point, I will just end stream and do the rest next Sunday. Because we are running very late here. It's very late for a night when it's a work day the next day for a large portion of the North American population. So I don't know if that's a threat or a promise. Perhaps some sort of hybrid between the two. Their mutant love child, so to speak. Pardon the strange noise, I was just giving my shoulders a good stretch. I carry all my tension across the back of my neck and shoulders. Okay, so we need to go up and then across. No more nap time. Even with the Phasmid's advice, I don't want to sleep again. That was a very great wait the last time I slept in this game. That dream it followed me around for days. I honestly can't say enough good things about the writing in this game. The writing in this game is so good. I can't actually think of a game that I have played that was written better than this game was. Sure, there's a few little grammar baubles here and there, a little bit of oddity, things that are pluralized that shouldn't be pluralized, or things that aren't pluralized that should be, but the impact and the way that it just sort of brought everything back, like the way it's been bringing everything back together. All of those little side things that I did, all the little roundabouts that I took, the way that it's just bringing it back in. No. I will admit that it was extremely well written, but it made me feel disgusting to read it aloud. If I had just been playing by myself and reading it to myself, I might have made it through that dialogue, but reading it aloud made me feel disgusting. Just the worst feeling. Just so bad. I just... No. It was, and with the method that I'm using, where I'm reading everything for all of you, for the audience, it made it worse. It was absolutely worse. I couldn't. I just couldn't. I ended up getting what I needed anyway. Thank goodness. 'Cause I could never have... I could never have worked my way through all of that dialogue to convince that man that I was, shall we say, batting for the same team as him so that he would let me unlock the door. So I am so glad that I actually managed to jump the railing instead. Because if I had failed on that railing jump and the only other way into the harbor would be, convincing Measurehead that I agreed with his ideology, that would have ended the game right there. That would have been it. The streams would have stopped. So it is an extremely good thing that I passed that check to jump the railing to get into the harbor. Hate? That's the difficult one. I can't actually say that I hate Measurehead. I didn't talk to him long enough. But every word he had to say was not one that I wanted to listen to. But I can't say that I hate him because I never got to know him well enough to hate him. And I will admit that I do admire the writing, that the writer managed to create a character like that. And to actually make him feel kind of like a character, rather than a caricature. So... Well, I'm speaking solely for myself on this. Other people can hate him. There's nothing stopping you or anybody else from hating Measurehead. But I personally can't say that I hate him because I never spent enough time with him to I hated every word of his that came out of my mouth, though. I will say that. I hated every single word of his that came out of my mouth. The game is trying very hard to crash right now, although the sound of rain is very soothing. But it's actually retreated to the background now. It is behind my stream software. It's like it's trying to hide. The game is suddenly shy. We started talking about it directly and it got all shy because I was complimenting it too much. Oh, wait. Aha! We are outside again. And saving? Maybe? Yes, the game is tired. So tired and shy. Very shy. I started complimenting its writing and everything, and it just ducked right behind my stream software. I've got a thought, but I can't actually touch anything right now. This is awful. What is happening, game? What is happening? The quick save's frozen on the screen. My cursor is turned back into the spinny thinking thing. It's frozen? What's happening? This is very concerning. Hello, Disco Elysium? Please come in, Disco Elysium. Don't leave me now! Oh, I see. The quick save and the auto save tried to trigger at the same time. That's what's happening. That's why this is happening. I still don't know if we'll actually survive this, but that's why it's happening. Are we active? We're active. Maybe? Give me my thought! Oh, poor game. ICM? This feels familiar somehow. Kim, what is the ICM? RCM. It sounds like RCM, Revocol Citizens Militia. A white star. Point to the star on the label. Are those spec stars too? Looks old. What is it still doing here? Or finish the thought. Sounds like the RCM. Kim, it does. Why? Because Citizens Militia always ends up being CM? The RCM may descend from the ICM. May? It's impossible to say. He looks towards the darkened doorway. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Rivicol West was mostly workers and criminals. Rhetoric, success. Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. Endurance, failure. It's gonna be hard to say them. Carrying around all that weight on a busted crutch is making you pant. Come on, game. You can do it. What I'm hearing is, we descend from the glorious Revolutionary Army. It's a little embarrassing in 51, no? Maybe we need a rebrand? ICM sounds like ICP, very close to the International Collaboration Police. Nice and normal that way. Just catch your breath. Normal. ICM sounds like ICP, doesn't it? I healed morale that didn't need healing again. That's just a coincidence, officer. The co-mill was founded in 32. He bows to inspect the barrel. Looks old. What is it still doing here? After, he thinks, 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Yefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel. A white star. No, he looks at it. An upside-down star. Encyclopedia with its horns in the sky. The symbol of the commune. Are those specks stars too? No, that's the uninhabited archipelago. 1 a.m. Encyclopedia, a DeLorean era symbol of Insulinde, known as the face in the sea. Finish the thought. I'm not sure what that thought was for, honestly. Let's continue trying to get to the ship, shall we? Let's see. It was down here, right? It's been weeks since I've been here. Yes, there it is. Alright, I saved at the top of the stairs, so I'll just get into the boat now. The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock. Let's return to the mainland, or leave. Let's return to the mainland. Kim, let's. We're done here, he says, adjusting his glasses as he looks out over the water. Am I gonna do the figurehead with the boombox thing on the way back, too? The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet. Perception, hearing, success, but for the sound of conversation on the water. There's someone inland, waiting for you. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff. They said someone was waiting for me, but no one is here. However, I will save again. I guess the thing to do is to return to Kim's car to call things in, unless we are accosted along the way. Huh. Lady we borrowed the boat from is gone. Oh my. Hey, look, it's not my partner. And another spinny icon.
Look what the tide brought in.
Says the man without sunglasses. Suddenly his expression changes and he tilts his head.
Harry, you're bleeding all over the place. You're half dead.
Yeah, well, you didn't come and check on me for days, asshole. Rhetoric, success. Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen. Visual calculus, success. This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses? Wait, you're the man with sunglasses. Forget about all this. There's a giant... No one else seems bothered by the bleeding. Who are you people? You're the man with sunglasses.
That's right. And you're bleeding.
No one else seems bothered by the bleeding.
Bothered by it? Harry, you look like you need a fucking organ transplant.
Yeah, well, maybe you should have gotten me some medical attention days ago!
Fuck it. Let's not get into that.
Forget about that. There's a giant...
We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
Points at you with both hands. Yeah, nice of you to pretend you care. Who are you people?
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstam. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean-Vic Comar. And this is your special task force. Or what's left of it.
So she wasn't lying when she said I rolled into town with a bunch of people?
Special Consultant Trent Heidelstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
And where were you days ago?
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us.
Rhetoric success. The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your actions.
We might need your help with something later.
He adds, suddenly regaining his confidence. Authority, easy success. As if he recalled that he's, in fact, a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Oh boy. Thank you, Lieutenant. Way to feed me to the wolves. Or, no, Kim, you've got to have my back. Let's destroy them. I want to destroy them, but I don't think it's a good look to say I need you to have my back in front of them. So, thank you, Lieutenant. It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuragi, she says warmly, flashing the lieutenant the tiniest of smiles. Composure, success. Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you. What is this about?
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
Where the fuck were you days ago? Where the fuck were you a week ago?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science.
So they left me in medical distress for days so that they could plan an intervention? Is that what I'm hearing?
My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
Yes, good. Walk away.
No, Trent. It's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
Conceptualization success. Shit kid. What an interesting moniker. What's a shit kid? How did you know I was here? You aren't the man with sunglasses at all. You're not even blonde. You never told me you're not the horse-faced woman. Point at her. Not going to say that. So, Trent Heidelstrom turns out to be Special Consultant Trent Heidelstrom. Duped again. No one's who they say they are. You mentioned a task force? Or where have you been all this time? You mentioned a task force? Yeah, Major Crimes Unit under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicmer. Ring any bells? Refresh my memory. Who else is in this? Or, yeah, totally, I get it. Major Crimes Unit. Refresh my memory. Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crime Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Trant fucking Heidelstrom, and Guillaume Bevy. He stares at you. Trant, I'm technically just a civilian advisor. Jean, fuck you, you're part of this shit show. Yeah, first, who's Guillaume Bevy? Or, okay, so what does the unit do? Who's Guillaume? Jean, oh, that's an interesting story, actually. He's not smiling. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Trent, because I'm forcing him to stay. Logic success. Is this Guillaume Bevy blonde and partial to sunglasses? Is this Bevy blonde with sunglasses, like you were? Jean, see? There! He wags his finger at you. He's getting it. I was impersonating him. Look at me. I'm G. Bevy. I was going to be funny. But then you really did have brain damage. So not so much anymore. Empathy success. He sincerely thought it was going to be amusing. For both of you. Okay, so what does the unit do? Do? It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We're shit tier now, Harry, because of you. Kim, the 41st isn't... He trails off, not wishing to finish the sentence. Where have you been all this time? Leaving me out to dry, in medical distress. Where have we been? We've been fucking off as far as I remember. He crosses his arms. You told us to fuck off. You said we are cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All will burn. Detect or die. All will burn, Satellite Officer Vicmer. Make no mistake about it. Why didn't you detect or die then? Why would you leave a literal police god? I said all those things? I'm not like that anymore. Why didn't you detect or die then? Oh, you think it was cool, you saying that? Aesthetic somehow? You were crying when we got here, breaking things. You said we were going into the abyss. None of us wanted to see the abyss, so we fucked off, like you told us to. How did you know I was here? The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went. After all that Sylvie stuff, he betrays me. I saved his establishment, and still he betrays me? Turn to face the general direction of the whirling and yell, "Damn you, cafeteria manager, you've betrayed me for the last time!" Or, I understand, okay, Gart told you. It's not a betrayal. This is not a betrayal, and I can't figure out why my character would actually see this as a betrayal the way that I've been playing him so far. So, number 4 it is. Okay, so Gart told you. Judith. And she looks around. People on this street helped us too, with your whereabouts. Jean. You're a legend among the drunks, Harry. A legendary local drunk. So, Trant turns out to be special consultant Trant. Yes, I'm Trant Huddlestram. I never said I wasn't Trant Huddlestram. Wait, what was up with the kid, then? So what are you special consulting here? Or, okay, you're Trant Huddlestram, special consultant. I get it. What was up with the kid, then? Mikhail? Mikhail's my son. Oh yeah, what was up with all the interesting history? Spying on me? Or, oh, okay, sorry. No, were you spying on me, Trant? No, I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead, and Mikhail wanted to see Martinez. It was a coincidence. So what are you special consulting here? What indeed? He looks at the dilapidated shacks, then you. I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Cognizant in the 30s, like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory. Jean, he's here to see if you're insane. He's smart. Let's move on. Fine, what's a shit kid? You, shit kid. That's you. Rhetoric, formidable failure. Maybe you deserved it. Not going over 3 or 4. 6, don't actually care. None of this is ringing any bells, asshole. The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, he turns to the blonde. This is where you come in. How bad is it? Trant. Well, he doesn't have any visible tremors. He talks without slurring. He can drive a boat. He's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic? Rhetoric success, meaning you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, isola, pale, and so on. Trant, as displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, he makes air quotes, but also mine with him before, when Harry did not seem to know who I was, it's all very interesting. Jean, interesting? Trant, yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, he turns to you. What do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socio-economically? Wait, socio-economically? You think I'm so poor I lost my memory? I drank so much I lost my memory, and now I'm slowly recovering it. I made it all up. It was a fantasy, a stupid joke. I know what I am. It might have something to do with an anomaly in the church, a 2-millimeter hole in the world. I am a highly experimental detective. This was a method I used to solve the case. Or something so sad happened to me that I couldn't be me anymore. It was a defense mechanism. That last one, I think, is close to the straight-up truth, along with number 2. Number 2 and number 6 are the closest to the truth. And in fact, the actual truth is probably a combination of the two. It would be interesting to point a finger at the anomaly in the church, though. Let's go with the interesting. Let's point the finger at the anomaly in the church. It might have something to do with the 2mm hole in the world. John, corresponding to the 20-centimeter hole in your brain? Sure, this theory has great symmetry. I see how it folds into itself neatly. Take this seriously. I suspect there might be something wrong with Martinez. I'll explain later, but there's another man who's lost his memory. A crab man. I knew you would be too close-minded to understand the anomaly. Two might help my case, except for the crabman part. Three definitely will not help. I know that I am being very aggressive towards Jean here, but it's mostly reflecting his aggression back. Take this seriously, Jean. Yes, anomaly. Look, I get it. In your delirium, you came up with an entropic explanation for why you're such an insane drunk, and I understand. Rhetoric, success. If you investigated further, you or Kim would have more to say, but you didn't, so here we are. How was I supposed to investigate that further? Jean, I've been there. Perhaps it's not because he's a petulant teenager in a 40-year-old man's body. Perhaps it's pale-related. Perhaps it's extra-physical? Or perhaps it can be cured with mesmerism. But then I think, no, that's unlikely. He's probably just an asshole. A drunk asshole who pretends to have amnesia to get out of shit. Judith, but Detective Vicmer, she interjects, he has blanked out before. I have? Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. She pauses, remembering. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural. Conceptualization success. So you don't remember not remembering. Beautiful. Trant. Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea. Yes, practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak. Jean, what do you mean? Trant. Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all, something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. He gestures towards the scenery. Look at the ruins, the neon, listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's being pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He nods confidently. He just needed for it to end. Jean. Okay, Trant, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the Major Crimes Unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that. Trant. He is not a cretin, and he is able to do work, if not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective. I'm ready to lead again. Line detective is good for now. He's wrong. I'm too far gone to work. Fuck all of you. I don't want to be in your unit. Or what now? I am very tempted to tell them fuck all of you, but Judith has actually been nice. Fuck you, I'm ready to lead. John, no one even mentioned that. He looks at you, then at Trent. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the potty, or do we need to get him on a disability pension? Okay, so, new theory. Left me for several days in medical distress, hoping I die. What now? Jean. Now, nothing. Now we're just going to stand here. Really? Just stand there. Really? No, now we discuss that. He points to the water. What the fuck did you do to our motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry? Hold on, in the ocean? Feign ignorance. It was stolen by Jacob Earer. That wasn't me, it was stolen by traffic hooligans. I drove it into the ocean when I was drunk. I thought the killer would be underwater. He wasn't. The time had come. Tequila sunset. I don't know. I don't know what it's doing there. Do I attempt to lie to them? I doubt the straight up truth, which is number 4, would be at all good. Either I feign ignorance, I say it's traffic hooligans, or I tell them the straight up truth. Okay. I might as well. I'm going to be stuck in this dialogue tree for a long time. Let me pull up my timer. There we go. Ignorance, stolen, or truth? I drove it into the ocean when I was drunk. So refreshing, he just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of everyone's payslip. It doesn't matter. He exhales to calm his breathing. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge. Wait, my badge. I've got my badge right here. Show it to them. I lost it. I haven't found it yet as a lie. Show it to them. Interfacing failure. In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand. Challenging hand-eye coordination to catch it or let it fall on the ground. Tell me 92%. I'll try it. Here goes. Success. I caught it. Not today, badge. Did I get the badge? Behold my badge. The drama is unnecessary. I got the badge. All is well. Behold my badge. Jean, and your gun? He asks, unimpressed by the piece of plastic in your hand. I didn't report that I'd found it. Rhetoric success, as if having your badge and gun are natural states, not achievements. Conceptualization success. What is it with all these material objects? Gun, gun, just repeat gun. My gun is right here. Show him the Villiers 9mm. I upgraded my gun to a rifle. Present the Tringang 4.46 rifle. That is evidence. I am not showing them evidence and saying it's mine. Gun, badge, car. These are all things. things don't matter, people do. My gun is right here. Ooh, he has it, and he didn't drop it. He wipes his brow in mock relief. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone. I would like to note for the record that Harry has not had a drop for days. I didn't lose my gun. I have my gun. Show him the gun. So it doesn't even matter that I found my gun. I'm not drunk. I haven't started drinking again. I tried not to, but I can't work as well without it. I haven't started drinking again. So you forgot to drink? I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then? I shouldn't. I bathed. Kim, he's wounded. He looks at you. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse. No idea what you're smelling. I washed death off me. Yeah, I've handled an actual corpse. Yeah, it's been a bit of a week. I'm sorry I smell bad. None of this matters. My odor situation is meaningless compared to what I've discovered. I don't have any idea what you're smelling. I washed death off of me. I took a bath. The man doesn't reply, but his expression speaks for him. A pity I can't see it because his character portrait doesn't change. Composure, success. You should have done a better job is what it's saying. And that's the timer. It's weird reading all this dialogue in the song. I've handled an actual corpse while you were doing whatever it was you were doing. I don't believe you. He squints. You're drunk. You let a suspect escape a certain class because you were too drunk to assess her flight risk. You did. We've read the reports, Harry. Lieutenant Kisaragi's. We know. Class she was some kind of spy from the Occident, specially trained. Not taking her in was the right thing to do. She gave a vital clue that led us to the island. Okay, I got duped there. She pulled one on me. Yes, I let her go as an act of mercy. That's just a small detail in a huge case you know nothing about. That doesn't matter. None of it does. You have no idea what I just discovered. Well, I hope that if it gets too late you just pass out even if the stream isn't over, because this is going on. Just a small detail in a huge case you know nothing about. Sure, if it's part of your master plan. He rubs his face in frustration. Let's not even get into the other suspect who also escaped. Another detail. Or the fact that you're Everard Clare's little peon now. Doing I don't know what for him. That's small-time stuff. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 8 people who were gunned down. The streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was a fucking mass murder. Kim, he did everything he could, the lieutenant interrupts him. We did everything we could. The company hired unvetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals. He did so at considerable risk to his person. Remember, he was shot. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been. Yes, what he said. I also solved the case. It's solved, all of it. Yeah, it was a massacre. We got wiped. Where the hell were you? The firefight is a trivial matter compared to the greatest discovery of this century. I'm just sorry. It was a massacre. We got wiped. Where the hell were you? Is very tempting. Oh boy, my phone's gonna be vibrating for a while. Oh boy. I just got an Amber Alert. Not good. Yeah, you got it too, Ars? I solved the case. Kim, Detective, it's better if I do that, he says in a lowered voice. Rhetoric, success. It's so much better if he does this. 1,000,000 times better. This is true. Jean, thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation. He brushes a stray strand of hair out of his eye and coughs. Yeah, that's kind of the nature of an Amber Alert. It's a bad thing. I didn't even have a chance to read that one because, yeah, well, stream. Thankfully, I did remember to mute my cell phone before starting. You spent the week with him on this case. What is your take? Kim, on the case? Jean, on Lieutenant Yfriter Dubois. Ah, Barry, okay. Well, it's not like I'm going outside, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. Well, I will worry about it, but I'm not actually going to do anything about it because I'm not going outside. Kim, well, he pulls up his collar. The drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge, that's all true, although he has not been drinking on the job this week. Judith, see? And there goes the French version. 2 Amber Alerts. Minimal waiting. Jean, 1 week. Gotta start somewhere, Jean. Kim, then there's the boring cop issue. Despite all the obvious and almost grotesque mannerisms and sartorial choices, he still insists he isn't characteristic enough. It's just strange, especially in light of his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a true blue moralist, a man of the center, not prone to political outbursts, which is commendable, but also at odds with his behavior. And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. He breathes in sharply. But despite all this, he is a great detective, one of the best I've seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him anything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped working on the case. He is tireless, madly driven. Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which, by the way, I have to disagree with you, Mr. Vicmer, was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out. Jean, okay, he did something. Kim, other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a revolutionary brigade who stayed hidden for 50 years ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over these years. He pauses. Oh, and he also discovered a new species. Ha! In your face! Trant, new species? Kim, a colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid. He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard. The wind blows, flapping the glossy rectangle in his hand. Perception, hearing, success. You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind. Kim, as you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered. Hosiana? Boom shakalaka, motherfucker. So, as you can see, I'm a pretty okay detective. Or say nothing. No, Kim's got this. Kim has got this. Nothing. Jean, fucking hell is that? The man cranes his neck, still looking at the photo. Is this somehow connected to the case? Number 2 is old school. Number 2 is so old. Kim, the killer did not seem to be aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic. Boom, boom, boom. Yes, the phasmid may have contributed to his mental state in some way over the years. It's probably not connected per se, but the perpetrator knew of its existence. Number 3. I'm going with number 3. Not connected per se, but he knew. Judy, so it is connected? Only vaguely. Jean. Silence. Trant. I must say, this, he points to the photo, is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it. Jean. Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk. His tired eyes follow the photo as the lieutenant puts it away. Empathy, success. This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that made him forget his sadness. Rhetoric, success. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never. Also, the phasmid was female. The reeds are its nest. The killer, Leonidovich Dross, we have a strong motive for him. The previous head of the Debardiers Union was assassinated by our killer. There was also a dead man on the boardwalk, a missing person I found. I also looked into the mystery of the doomed commercial area. Or, so what do you say? Want to take that hot shit back? Point to yourself. We have strong motive for him. We have a strong motive for the killer. Trent. Lilianovich? The special consultant raises an eyebrow. A revolutionary matronym. A revolutionary matronym? Or, I don't have time for this. Straight to the motive, please. It's not his actual name? Trant. The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Larsovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead. This man's mother was Lilian. He's Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol. Judith. So it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called. Jean. Thank you, Trent. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. He turns to you. You said you had a motive. Trent. Of course. Excuse me. I just thought it was noteworthy. Logic, success. He wasn't quite sure about the straggler before he heard this detail. It must have convinced him. He killed the mercenary in an act of jealousy. He killed the mercenary hoping to start a war between the company and the Union. Actually, I'm not sure if I have a motive. I had another thing. No, jealousy. He killed the mercenary in an act of jealousy. Jean. Jealousy? I thought this Lilianovich was an old man, to have been hiding for 50 years. 70-something? Kim. He nods. A strange psychosexual fascination, the result of spending all this time in solitude on the islands of this bay, and trauma, too. He gave himself a political reason. In his mind, he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to. Judith, it's a clean win. Conceptualization success. Oh, it's way more than that. It's more than that. A perfect folding mechanism, like the phasmid. It's way more than that. I'll win her back with this. It's my masterpiece. They'll teach this in cop school. I did all I could. Every second was a struggle. I'm still not completely satisfied with it. It could be just a little neater. I did all I could. Every second was a struggle. Jean, I've never doubted you can pull yourself together and work in bouts. Bouts don't last. He buttons his jacket. I can still smell the booze on the wind. Perception, smell, success. God damn it, does it ever leave? It is there, like in your bones or something. Oh, you're going to be sweating it out for years with the amount that you've been drinking, Harry. Volition, success. It will pass in time. The previous head of the Debardiers Union was assassinated by our killer. Kim, this is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open in Martinez, where Everard and Edgar Clare have ears everywhere. The lieutenant lowers his voice, just a little. Reaction speed, success, and eyes, too. Your return from the island must not have gone unnoticed. Jean, understood, of course. Trent, I would prefer not to partake in anything union-related. The consultant, too, has lowered his voice for political neutrality. Logic, success. This has to be good stuff for him to backpedal out of it as first mention. There was also a dead man on the boardwalk. No, wait. I looked into the mystery of the doomed commercial area. He shrugs. I don't know what a doomed commercial area is. Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10, a commercial building where all businesses go bankrupt. I looked into it. Nothing. It's not important. I looked into it. Hello? Why? That's not what you were supposed to do here. Kim, there was a fridge we needed, and a possible witness. He was just chasing a lead and ended up advising a local shopkeeper. It was okay. Judith, of course. She turns to Vicmare. Call it community outreach, right? Reaction speed, success. Dodged the bullet there. For a moment it seemed like you were just wasting time. I found a missing person. Yes, fallen through a gap in the boardwalk, drunk. How did you know I found him? Like you haven't been reading the police reports, like you said you were reading the police reports. Judith, the body was transported to Precinct 41. Our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff. Jean, you're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us. Judith, still, she says quietly, good work with the missing person detective. Forget telling them the Phasmid was female. Want to take this hot shit back? I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. He shrugs. So I have to. Jude? Judith. Anything that ends the trial is okay with me. A quick nod. Trent. Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go. Jean. Ha-ha! Okay, he sighs. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go. Wait, I have a few questions before we go, about who I am. Jean. The man looks westward, impatiently. Perception, hearing, success. Jingling his car keys in his pocket. Who am I? Why am I like this? Okay, am I a dirty cop working for La Puta Madre? Precinct 41, what kind of station is it? The Phasmid. I need to tell Lena about this ASAP. Lieutenant Kitsuragi, what will you do now? Or I'm ready. Lieutenant Kitsuragi, what will you do now? Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all this. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain. About what? Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revocol. He pulls up his collar and looks around, the cold spring light reflecting in the lenses of his glasses. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate. Want to do that at Station 41? Or good luck with your report? Want to do that at Station 41, Kim? Kim, talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering. No, I meant investigate. Come work in Precinct 41, or, yeah, sure. I meant investigate. Come work in Precinct 41. Stay with me, Kim. Stay with me. Kim, work with Price? A crooked smile quivers on his lips. I'm flattered, but I don't know if I... Rhetoric success. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss. Jean, flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered. Kim, I would have to tie things up in GRIH first, but, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor. Lieutenant turns very serious all of a sudden. Please let all my work not be for nothing. Judith. And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant, she says with a smile. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even. Kim, I do like the sound of that. He returns her smile. Rhetoric success. He's really considering it. I need to tell Lena about the Phasmid. Jean, who is Lena? Encyclopedia Success. She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock, remember? A cryptozoologist. She lives in Jamrock on Tabernacle Road. She told me about this Phasmid. No one forget it. I did get an achievement that said recruit Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I did get an achievement that said that. I think he's staying. I choose to believe he's staying. Anyway, a cryptozoologist. She lives in Jamrock. Judith, Tabernacle? It's on the way over, near where you live on Perdition. She looks at Vicmare. Jean, fine, if we're going to drop you off anyway. Kim, she and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change. I am not going to ask the other questions. I honestly don't want to know. I honestly don't want to know. All right, I'm ready. She did. Good. She looks at you, then Vicmare. Jean, fuck it, let's go. The man points down the street. Trant brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock. Shivers, success. Under the afternoon sky, the great district hums. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls in chimney stacks. fire traps as far as the eye can see, from Main Street to Precinct 41 to Boogie Street forking into the snow-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It is time. Judith, wonderful. The woman looks north. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now? End? I don't want to ask how they got the car here. But my dude clapped Kim on the back. I think it's over, Ark. I think this might be the end of the game. Jean and Harry are having a stare down. Well, he offered me a hand. If Harry doesn't start drinking again, this might be repairable. I think I might have won. I think I might have won! I think I won! It's over! I won! The credits have frozen. But it froze on the lead writer's name, so I'm not going to complain because, oh my god. Victory! This is what my internet outage yesterday cheated everybody out of. Yeah, it kind of feels like it should have been, but I don't mind that it took longer. I guess, because this means that I got to end on episode 35, which, you know, numbers that end in 5 just feel cleaner. I would have liked to have ended on episode 33 simply because I like the number. But, you know, 35... it's a good number. I like the sound of that number. But yeah, my migraine and then the computer outage delayed this, but it did. And I did run very late tonight compared to what my schedule was calling for, but victory is mine. Now, while the credits run, I'm just going to get rid of that lunar. There we go. Alright. Good night, Ark. I will be letting these credits play themselves out because these people deserve their screen time. They made a really excellent game. Incredible. And then I will wrap up. I will be back again on Wednesday night. For those who are going to bed now. Good night, Ark. And good night, Aris, if you are also going to bed and not just saying good night to Ark. But yes, I beat the game. I beat the game. I'm so happy. This means that next Sunday it will be a brand new game. I already know which game it is, but I am not going to announce it tonight because this is an off night that is not scheduled. I will announce what it is on Wednesday and on Thursday, and then on Sunday it'll just happen for everybody. But yes, episode 35 being the final episode of Disco Elysium, I have been archiving every single episode on my YouTube channel. They're all very nicely found in a playlist there to keep track of all of them. In order, one hopes. At least I've been putting them in order. Please do not watch that playlist on shuffle. Your brain will not survive the experience. This episode will be going up on Friday as part of that archive, and that will be the complete run of Disco Elysium. Admittedly, there were things that I did not get done. I never did get into that ice cream freezer. But I completed the plot. I recruited Kim. I chose a political leaning of sorts. I got an achievement for saying a lot of really boring things. I had many, many weird dreams. This has been a really good game, and I will replay it again. Privately. I will not be streaming it again. Wow, I hope that my recountings of things made things at least a little bit coherent for you, Aris. This is a very plot-heavy game. Lots and lots and lots of plot. So much plot. I'm going to miss the writing most of all. It's been such good writing. It's been incredibly good writing. And I don't think that the game that I have selected is going to let me do quite as much reading as Disco Elysium has. So y'all are going to be getting a bit less reading aloud from me, I think. I know, everybody keeps saying that they like listening to me read everything. You're just gonna have to live with me babbling and making snide comments at stuff instead. These are long credits. They're also pretty, but they're long. And now they've gotten quiet. Oh no, wait, there's music again. But yes, 35 weeks of streaming this, and I feel like it has all been so worth it for what I got. It's been a really amazing journey with this game. Hits you really heavily in the emotion. Also, I don't personally think that my reading is first-rate or anything. It's not like I do voices or anything, I just read. I don't do voices, I just do inflictions. Not flictions, flections. Inflections with an E. Inflictions is something else entirely. Okay, we're getting into the music credits now. We might be reaching... Oh, and the humans that were born during during the course of the making the game. I figured that people probably did know what I meant, but I do try to use the right word. If you always use the wrong word, then nobody can trust that you know what you're saying. or that nobody can trust it, that they understand what you're saying over the long run. And there's the logo. Mankind, be vigilant. We loved you. Is there anything else? It's just a black screen. Okay. I will take this opportunity to go to my ending soon screen. And since Ark has gone to bed, I am going to have to type this out myself. I will be returning again on Wednesday night, starting at as close to 7 p.m. as a group of writers can be gathered together in one place to play Among Us with a group of my local friends. We are ridiculous human beings. It's hilarious. You should definitely come in and watch. And then I will return again the next day for Try Not to Die Thursday, starting at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Currently I am playing the very first Disgaea game in its PC port for Try Not to Die Thursday. My death counter made it up to 22 last week, which was the very first time that I played it. Will I reach a higher number this week? We shall see. And then, on Sunday, starting at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, there will be a new RPG that I have not played before. It's expected to be another long play, and it will be another late night streaming sort of thing. You know how it is, but it will be a new RPG in a different genre than this one, hopefully with writing that is almost as good, if not as good, as this game has been. And I will name that game on Wednesday and Thursday in my regular streams because, well... And then, next Monday, I will be doing a special stream, my mid-month Monday stream, that will be starting at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time on the Monday. And for that one, I have chosen to play a game called Soul Worker, because my previous attempt to stream Soul Worker didn't go so great, and I want to give it another go. So, as a special one-time-a-month only stream, I will be streaming Soul Worker on Monday, and I will also be announcing that on Wednesday, Thursday, and Sunday. So if anybody shows up for those ones, they will not forget. So, this has been an amazing night. Thank you all for sticking with me this long. I hope that you have had at least as good a night as I have, if not better. And I hope that your night continues to be good going forward. Have a great night. Good night.